libel when it's printed?
None of that would be slander, because you weren't like... Yeah, there are weird rules around slander and libel. You have to be like...
I'd probably be like, questioning her parentage and that kind of thing, so...
For it to be slander, you'd have to be authoritatively stating those things as though they're a fact, or attempting to convince others as though they're a fact. Like, intent to mislead... Yeah, intent to harm by misleading others is a large portion of it. As Remy places herself... Oh, never mind, she's going to bed. She was placing herself exactly where you were about to say.
Yep.
In typical feline fashion. My shirt needs to get back in its place.
This is the...
Yeah.
This is the all-over color I'll be trying next, unless I wipe out.
Is she pulling it? You gotta have blue hair.
Very good.
I miss the warmth of that pizza on my legs. It felt very good.
Aw, Remy. Nope, Remy. Okay, good. Remy. Good. Good girl. I'm watching you.
House cat difficulties.
The least technical of difficulties.
Did you see the owning cats cat commercial YouTube shorts that I plopped in general?
I hadn't watched it, no.
It would be apropos. Apropos.
Atropos.
Clotho.
The
The other one.
The other one!
The fate whose name I never freaking remember.
Atropos, Clotho.
Porthos. No.
Yeah, I was about to say D'Artagnan. Just as a joke.
Ethos, pathos, and porthos. I couldn't remember logos.
Clytemnestra, no. That's someone else.
She's either the one that measures the thread or the one that spins it. I know Atropos is on the scissors.
Mom, do you remember the names of the fates in Greek mythology?
No.
Lachesis.
She's the one that measures it, isn't she?
Yes, the allotter.
Yep. And that's why I can never remember. Lachesis just doesn't fit the other names.
That sounds like a disease or a syndrome or something. I suffer from laxity.
Or just like the state of having too much lactic acid in your muscles at the moment. You got lactesis. Actually, that does have a name, but I don't remember. Don't remember presently. What everyone knows it as in general, though, is, or most people know it as, is sore muscles. From too much anoxic respiration.
Meow, meow. Meow, meow.
adaptation. Instead of using the massive hack of the electron transport chain.
Speaking of the Fates, though, there's a new video from Jacob Geller.
I'm so annoyed that guy's name always reminds me of 40K. Jacob Gellerfields.
In which he compares God of War Ragnarok with God of War 2. Which is...
That's a comparison.
Yeah. Because, like...
Zeus is a jerk versus the boy isn't ready. Huh.
I thought the previous one was the boy isn't ready.
Is Ragnarok Adventures in Norseland Part 2?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I apparently don't remember the name of Adventures in Norseland Part 1.
It was just God of War. It didn't have a subtitle.
Why do they gotta do that?
Right.
Sounds like God of War 1. When it was originally God of War. Oh boy. Like Greek God of War versus Norse God of War.
It's usually identified by the year it came out. Could you hand me the remote?
Oh,
It's
fuck,
just
right.
out of reach over there.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the cat remote.
Alright.
Thank you. Just realized I forgot to
Just
turn
to
on
be
the
weird for the
TV.
future tubes and anyone watching. Is the cat bridge now?
No?
That looks like it's back. Yeah, right. Meow. Yeah, both ways.
Yep.
And yes, I literally just typed soy on down. And your mom just meowed. Everybody meowed.
Everybody meowing.
Andy, your turn. Nope.
Nope. But yeah, since the core theme of both of the stories is the same, which is overcoming fate. But the
Beating the crap out of the face.
the similarities and differences are, yeah, the similarities and differences are interesting to examine.
Beating the crap out of Baldur and hopefully not being surprised when he's fine. Everyone knows the way to defeat Baldur is to use Christmas traditions against him.
Overall, the new God of War games seem just really, really like well written.
Yeah, like nicely written, paced, some characterization, much less edgelordage.
Yeah. Now, one thing the first comparison that he made between the two, his introduction to it was that God of War 2 came out like something like 6 months after the launch of the PS3, but it was a PS2 exclusive. And the reason for that was not simply because of the already large user base of the PS2, because, going forward, that wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, PS2 one of the largest user bases in history.
Yeah, but the PS3 user base would grow as well, and so people with access to God of War 3 would also grow. It would just limit that initial the initial sales. But the reason the directors did it was they said because their development team were already intimately familiar with PS2 development. They could develop a game much more quickly for the PS2 and wring out so much more of the system's potential.
Yeah.
So they made a game that they made a game that looked years better than the previous game while still being on the same system.
Yep. It's like some really late SNES cards outshone the living crap out of early N64 because new tech, who this?
Mm-hmm.
Much more potential in the new thing,
Mm-hmm.
but no experience. Everyone's new to this madness.
Mm-hmm.
Also, people were pretty new to 3D. Everything felt empty.
Yeah.
And cameras were deeply jank.
Mm-hmm. And then he compares that to God of War Ragnarok, which 2 years after the PS5's release, also released on PS4. And it runs beautifully on PS4. But it's also on PS5, and it runs amazingly on PS5. Like he says, while it runs on PS4, it flies on PS5.
Well, that's good for anyone lucky enough to have a PS5.
Yeah.
I can see exactly why they released it on PS4. Not everybody has a PS5.
Yeah, that's why they're still supporting the system.
Market saturation is lacking.
Uh-huh.
Now, I forget, was PS3 the one that didn't have backwards compatibility for some reason?
It had backwards compatibility at first, but that was one of the things that made it so much more expensive, because they basically had to, like, include the previous generation's hardware for it.
Remember there was a PlayStation that went crazy with vector processors?
Yeah, PS3 had all kinds of different, like,
And so people abused it for cluster computing instead of actually as
yeah, that was the PS3.
PlayStation.
Yeah, the PS3 had processors all like what's the word I'm thinking of? Like
Full on CUDA sort of stuff.
Cordoned off for
Dedicated.
to particular things, which meant that you could go ham on a particular, like, on any particular thing without worrying about how it would impact anything else. But it also meant that you couldn't sacrifice one thing to put all your resources into another thing temporarily. You couldn't shift, you couldn't trade, you couldn't make trade-offs like
Gaining
that.
reliability at the cost of flexibility.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah. So I won't be able to use the squeezy, I'll have to just pour it out.
Oops.
Squeezy jib.
I'm glad I noticed it before I tried to squeeze.
Mhm.
It come oozing out.
Splart. Mm.
Anyway, APR has seen us now.
Oozing out for a cruising out. Oozing for a cruising?
So good evening, Internet. It is
8:22.
8:22 p.m. Excuse me, on Thursday, February 16th, 2023. Welcome to Thursday Thanatopsis. I'm your host, Mark Amsry, DJ Amstrack. That's Daniel. And tonight we're going to be continuing Sunless Skies. We still haven't found Perdurance. We found other things. We found Skyhinge. That was kind of scary. But we can trade hours for gyms now, which is cool.
Yeah, nothing bad happened in Skyhinge other than like all the terror for being near it.
Yeah, all the terror for being near it, all of the monsters near it that nearly killed us. It's a dangerous area.
Yeah, those are problems too.
But yeah, yes,
So
still.
we ask a question: where the crap is Perdurance?
Uh-huh.
Actually, do we have any?
Hopefully we'll find it tonight.
Do we have any like fetch quests for Perdurance?
Fetch quests?
Opportunity, whatever they're called.
I don't believe so.
Blast, because those will give you a direction. They will.
Yeah.
Be like, Perdurance is off to the northwest.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, we already know we already know about that precisely where Perdurance is anyway.
They want a consignment of like 5 hawks, or possibly hand saws.
We already know what direction from London the place is because we've looked every other direction.
It's
So
always the last place you look, but sometimes it's the last place you can look because, oops.
uh-huh. So let's oh, I need to make this my... Actually, maybe I don't need to make it my primary display. Maybe I can do a funky thing.
You need to make it your Oshi.
I need to do what?
Make it your Oshi. I'm not really sure what that means, actually.
I have no idea what that means.
Favorite VTuber or favorite idol from what I can tell?
Oh, there we go.
No, I'm half afraid it's like short for oh shit. You know, like the old divide by zero meme.
Screen off. Apply. Resolution. 1920 by 1080. Apply. Shift it over. Full screen on. Apply. There we go.
Pepperidge Farm remembers to decide the divide by zero meme.
Mm-hmm.
Your screen doesn't look like that.
No, it doesn't.
It looks a little bigger. A little bit bigger. For guns. And that might be a gun. Is that a gun there on the starboard side? No.
Yeah, that's a gun right there, for sure. A Gatling gun. Out of my head. Pedivere.
Thanks. Oh, come on. Right. Yeah, I love how everyone in the sky that's hostile apparently abides by some unspoken rule of etiquette. Where they do the equivalent of going, "I'm gonna shoot you!" by turning the running lights red.
Even if they're not actually trains.
It's like, they don't need to do that. They can just quietly point at you and shoot.
Mm-hmm.
They can be mean, but they don't. They give up the advantage of surprise. Of course, considering how superstitious everyone in these games is, maybe they're afraid that not doing so will invoke the ire of one of the gods or some distorted speech will smite them.
Yeah. Yeah, treachery is kind of a big thing.
Used to be the judgments would smite people for that, but the queen blew up the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Unclear how.
I see what you did there.
Because the unclear bomb was an actual thing you could get in either Sunless Sea or Submariner. And it didn't do that. It made a big old link cloud, pretty much.
Hmm.
So enemies couldn't get a targeting solution. Or vice versa. It was good for running. Inedible.
Elsinore? Where'd you get that S?
It's a portmanteau of Eleanor and Elsinore.
What is Elsinore?
You'd have to ask for this.
What?
I can tell you about it for a long time.
Confused.
Hamilton now, but they're both dead. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are also dead, so I can tell you. Elsinore's the name of the castle for me.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember that.
That was shitposting for now.
Gross. Verbal diarrhea.
Oh no.
Okay, let's take some literature and some hours to the Clockwork Sun.
Before it explodes again.
Yeah, how many hours at a time does the sun take? Is it 2?
2 or 3 or what do you know? Recheck. Hold on, go back.
Three at a time.
How you done?
Mm-hmm. I'll go ahead and grab one extra and just take it to the Royal Society while I'm out. It would also be very silly if Perdurance were just like right over here.
It would.
Could also be
Was there?
here. Yeah, I forgot that chunk was right there. It would make a little more sense for it to be near the Clockwork Sun than to be like near St. Anthony's Lighthouse or Skyhenge. Although near the Tower of Chimes would also make sense.
Yeah, maybe I'll
Character
spend less time in students. It's very zoomed in.
Yeah.
Zoom out a little bit, you can see where that was.
Yeah. But it's harder to make out what the marks are.
You can also see patterns. Huh. You see that radial thing on that tilted grid?
Tilted grid?
Yeah, over by Brabazon. Looks
Oh.
like downtown Norman. Then around London you have those just like radiating paths.
Yeah.
Yeah, you zoom out to London, you can better see where you haven't been.
Oh wait, I didn't leave myself room for a new time jack. I should do that and grab one on my way out. Okay, let's go with that then. Yeah. Raveling Jack, that's what it's called. I didn't think Time Jack was right, but I couldn't remember. What can I do at the Office of Works again? Perhaps not. Nostalgic crockery. Right.
Where's this little intelligent version? Over here again?
Yep.
Uh-oh. Okay, so if we click...
Mm-hmm.
if Desperate Measures reaches more than 4,
Mm-hmm.
the steward gets sun dazzled.
Mm.
You get a searing enigma, but she kind of breaks and is no longer bringing us any help, and the sun loses more strength.
Oh.
If you persuade her to stop trying, she leaves the sanctum and yeah, a lot of things. 6 more streaks of the sun. Things go back to how they were. She can actually fix it.
Only have a 37% chance of success of persuading her to stop.
Okay. What's the time? It's considered a warning. That isn't. Oh, probably you can persuade once every now and again. Every week, I think. So that's supposed to give hearts.
Yeah, that's the best I can give hearts.
No, you know what?
Mm.
It is a challenge of 127.
Ooh.
That's for 100% bonus.
Yeah.
Big hearts challenge.
Yeah. Big arse challenge.
Blow a hole. Oh, choices. Silly, silly choices.
Okay. Keyboard. I'm gonna look around here at least. Keyboard. Hold on a sec.
You're right there, keyboard.
It's not responding super great. I'm going to move the dongle closer. Where is the dongle?
Is it in the title?
Has apparently fallen at some point.
This could be a portion of the issue.
Yes.
It's all loose and full of goose.
Yeah.
Possibly near a moose.
That's doubtful.
Okay, sometimes there are moose. Moose happen.
Not in Oklahoma.
That sounds like a great stupid idea for a bumper sticker in Canada.
Moose happens.
Moose happen. Sometimes moose happen. They take place. Ask any orca.
Ask any orca. You happen to see.
They'll confirm they're delicious.
Oh hell. I've made a tangle.
Oh no. That is a mathematical inevitability.
Yeah, but I've made a particularly annoying one.
Particularly annoying tank.
Come on.
Like that murderous. No, that was a snarl. Man. Boy, anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about must be wondering what I'm talking about. Like that murderous. No, wait, that's not right. Murderous?
You could have been yawning or snarling.
That's not what I'm referring to.
Story was never clear.
Imagine more stick figures.
Okay. Yeah.
It's obviously not covering everything. I have to cross over to these that won't leave in the feed.
Yeah.
So I have to
Cool.
send it later ahead.
Yeah. Hmm. Uh,
There's the glass pants over there.
glass pants.
Glass pants.
Who says he can't?
Yeah, I don't know why we had so much parchment paper. I thought we didn't have any parchment paper, which is why I mentioned it to Betty, which is why she gave me a whole.
Oh, that
I found out we had 2 whole rolls of it. Like, where'd those come from? Everything's confusing in here. It appears there's literally nothing over here.
Yep. Nothing at all.
Just house strip deep. Beep, beep, house strip deep. Say beep, beep, house strip deep. Meow, meow. What is location found? Meow. This guy meant explorer.
Mm-hmm.
That is everything from Star to Supreme.
Yeah.
In the face!
Yeah. There we
Way to crazy Ivan right into a torpedo.
go. 42% chance. Nah, just go ahead and repair.
Too bad it comes to terror.
Yeah.
There's something to say.
I say. I say. I say. I'm gonna take that risk because I kind of need it. Lost 1 crew
What?
and lost 1 supplies.
Oh, the glass.
Okay, you build a makeshift camp in an empty hall away from your engine. The light of the clockwork sun burns a bleached yellow in the glass. You eat, you drink, you sleep. But in the morning, one of your crew, the one who slept in the brightest part of the hall near the vitrified wall, wakes you with hysterical screams. He is woken to discover that the skin of his hands has turned to hard, brittle glass. Well, should head back somewhere I can get supplies from then.
Ah, so I'm guessing that guy's not exactly dead. He's just,
Unable to work.
displaced. pleased with being a crew member and going to leave as soon as he gets home.
Mm-hmm.
Resigned in English. Due to glass bands. Plans.
I have plans. Yeah.
Majesty's finest coal.
Coal-fired sun.
Your dog enjoys your great routine. He moves from an open window, tongue flapping. What? An open window? I thought this guy pouring in was bad.
Maybe the dog can take it.
Your dog's gonna wind up obsessed with the stars. Which would be a bad thing to me, but in this setting, the stars are usually evil. Sentient, judgmental, and mean. And hungry.
All over the house of
All you can eat.
bad. Why? Why?
I blame Droppy.
I'm hoping this will help the proper color in the proper place.
You're so silly.
And purple in the back, in case anyone doesn't know that.
That's true. I put on just
Had to be mixed.
one, and that's where the where it crosses over and mixes.
But there's some serious I Love Lucy logic going on right now.
Hey, yeah, I didn't think about that. Now I just need a whole bunch of chocolate bonbons to shove in my mouth, and some grapes to stomp barefooted.
Apparently The Simpsons referenced that. Homer
The
was...
bonbons or the grapes?
The bonbons.
Yeah.
Homer was, for stupid reasons, being much more productive at work than usual.
Wow.
And there was a scene of him. It was both horrifying and impressive. He was sorting U-235 and U-238. These little chunks of glowing green, not that it actually glows green, uranium. They just like picked up and put in boxes marked U-235 and U-238. And they started going too fast, and he started just eating some of the uranium.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna steal from somebody, Lucy's a really good source.
Mm-hmm.
A good radiation source, more like. Jeez.
No, she didn't have any radiation.
Don't eat the uranium, Bentley Bear. They're selling the totes to Albuquerque. It's getting weird in here.
Getting? let's explore. Let's find Perdurance.
Now that I think about it,
Mm-hmm.
I may want you to add that part out of the upload video. No?
No,
You're so mean.
I'm not doing any edits until I'm like caught up.
Well, but I mean, by the time it's time to upload this one.
By the time it's time to upload this one, unless that's next
I'll
week,
be
I
dead
won't
by
be
the
caught
end,
up.
So,
As far as I can tell, you basically popped on the screen if a goofy looking gestures happen.
okay.
All floppy like. You feel floppy? These were jingly dinglies.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the technical term for the little wells on the tips of the corners of the apple.
Yips Revel. Merry Christmas, Tardy Brown. Hark the hand.
Hark the herald angels are late.
Okay, yeah, I'll go to Whirlberry to deliver the things and explore over this way. And if it doesn't turn up over here, then I'll go back over here and report the charity and explore over here. And like finish effing those clouds.
Hopefully, I think Wilbury has supplies and fuel.
I think so, yes.
Excellent. That makes it an acceptable way station. Similar to Guam. What? That's what Guam was used for.
I know. But at the same time, there's like nothing between London and Whirlberry, so I can just
Yeah, just like Guam.
stock up here. So I don't really need to take anything to Whirlberry right now.
Yeah, do you think you need to take Wilbury is a key item? Like, you got it? Montgomery?
Well, I can take crockery there to get in cheap.
Ah, right in the guards.
Mm-hmm.
Right in the guards. So you don't want to do some because you're checking the spooky scene. All the mist and the plates of schist and stuff like that. That enduring grenade is bullet. That makes sense.
It's one of the it's like the ones on the Z. They're the
Dazzle boots?
yeah.
No one's spent too long here to Clockwork Sun, but somehow having picture fit.
Those are the ones that were like made to be for the sun, not the ones that the sun made for itself.
Oh, yes, please. Thanks, creepy floating field of dead people. Arf. You too excessively large, dog? to be a shortcut?
Possibly. Or maybe something happened there.
Yeah, so Smith got cut for knowing too much. Hello, Spartan Luke, how are you? Oh, you get hit. Good job. Is there a fluke this close to London?
This is about where I fought that last one.
Oh. Where's it aiming?
I don't know. As well stocked as I am, though, I think I can afford to carefully. Prefer to stay on the south side of it because I have a lot easier time dodging that way. Ah, come on. Oh god. What are you doing?
Getting in your way.
Ow.
Yeah, careful not taking a direct hit. Anything that takes a while to charge up hurts. I'm amazed he didn't get hit by that enemy. Get out of here, HMS dumbass.
There we go. Finally. Okay.
Woo!
So, investigate. Yes.
Yeah, insane.
Success. Its unhuman music rages and sobs. The polyphonic scream brings your crew to shuddering tears. Discipline keeps them working. They are careful to maintain distance from the oozing gray exudate. In abrupt silence, the remains liquefy and dissipate. Any artifacts remaining are too tainted to gather.
What's the name of that guy from Dallas whose second band was Polyphonic Spree? And what was his first band? I mean, he was from Dallas Fort Worth area, the Metroplex. Dallas Fort Worth, Denton, something like that. Blonde.
That doesn't help me.
It doesn't help at all.
No. I don't know what most music people look like. Is that the Jane's Addiction guy, or is that someone else completely? Okay.
Because he's not local.
I don't know. the toadies.
That's right. Yeah, he definitely was not a toady. This was a completely different kind of.
Wow, I gained 4 commingling of choirs from that.
Yes, indeed.
Which gives me 5 total, and I think that's all I needed to help the giant Scornfluke, mutant Scornfluke in Worldberry. The mists of Worldberry. Join the song of the mists. Your terror has fallen. Huh? The song stills. A woman exclaims with joy and holds up her right hand. The mists have left her a gift. A pink new finger sprouting beside her thumb.
Oh no! She's become AI art! She must be in the middle of her journey.
Heh. Okay, so queue for a Hooper's Pass. A hat. Alright, portable. The lanes do not appear as advertised, but of all their sins, that one is the least phantasmagoric. It is most likely the smiles, maybe. Carnivore expressions, syrupy and gleaming, faultless mirrors of the couturier's dazzling grin. Or maybe it is the second-rate souvenirs cobbled from haberdashery and children's nightmares. The arsenic aftertaste of the candy floss, the wine-wild quality of the local perfumes. Could be anything. Could just be your insecurities, the error of your existence. Whatever the case, the lanes continue their watch. Politely, of course.
Oh, free nectar.
Yep.
You're trying to lose terror, though, dang it.
Yeah, but also a free Savage Secret to cross over. Deliver the care package. Terror has fallen.
Ah, very nice chunk.
To the beach. Visit the cult. Join the ritual.
You got enough this time.
Yep. It is an implausibly festive situation. Fairy lights strung through the pebbles, the smell of home cooking, laughter, and a pot steeped in stew and spices. The cultists are dressed like peasantry, but they seem happy enough. Eat this, someone proffers a ladle dripping with rubbery lumps, curling tendrils still twitching. You eat what you're given. The consistency is unappealing, but it tastes strangely like a memory you've almost forgotten. We'll meet you on the beach. The other beach in Rollberry. This one's too late.
We need an earlier beach.
Back to the beach. Back to the off-season. Oh, I don't need to spend a ministry stamped permit for that. Let's deal with that a little bit. Get some more savage secrets. Failure. Oops. Oh well.
Freedom card. Get out of here, Harvey.
%, huh?
See, observe for you.
What can you learn by participating? Unlocked
Do not have
unaccountably peckish. The cultists in attendance are less effervescent than those in the church, more reserved, possessed of a reverent uneasiness. They make space for you in their midst, permitting access to a cauldron stinking of salt. Chew, but don't swallow, warns a robed cultist. You're given a mouthful of something tensile, reminiscent of sinew, boiled to imperviousness. You gnaw on the lump as you've been told until at last there's nothing but a length of black bone. You spit it out. The jag of calcium is quietly taken away. The group disbands. Whatever happened is over.
Well, that wasn't pleasant.
Hmm.
And not what I thought was going to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to talk to the parson instead.
Tea. Division of the heavens.
You can tear it back.
Little bit. Little bit. Over to the off-season. To the beach. To the cult.
Parson.
gives a new light to his fever-burnished stare, a hunger deep as the throat of the sea. We are rejuvenated. When I sleep, there is another edge to their songs, something better than before. You could not have cheered the scorn fluke, could not have saved it, but it got something of value from you, and the parson knows this.
But you can now. This will eventually get you another worthy artifact.
I think that may have been a one-time event.
Hold the fluke. Something is very wrong with it. It's a red eye, red veins, spinning on and ceases rotation. Yeah, I remember you had the option to behold, but did something else. Like,
Okay. To the north. I think. Yeah.
scorn fluke is species usually possessed by a jagged germ tree and looks diseased as by the north and making it cancer assist in natural dimensions.
Yeah, I remember that.
The air itself twists and gives damage.
Join a game of chess. Failure. Your pieces are a motley collection, misshapen and haphazardly carved. Some are unique, never seen on other boards. Other pieces are formed from amalgamations of traditional ones. This, for example, is 2 white bishops and a red. The rules are similarly motley, and you struggle to keep up. The other keeper takes your green queen while you are forced to surrender a knight's move so that it may grieve. The lugubrious keeper's king swoops in a dual diagonal to finish you off. Unsettled dreams. Sure, let's failure. Okay, maybe I should head back to London for now.
Did you find anything?
Not really. Just my terror's getting kinda high.
The sun again, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Then head back to.
Yeah.
Slam that terror back down before I get back out this way. It's a way of asking for a challenge.
Really? In the middle of a fight? Failure. Your doubts are hungry tonight. They seize on your past decisions one by one, worrying at each like wolves at a lamb. Sleep is impossible. When your shift arrives, you arise haggard and unrested. You splash water on your face and wonder what mistakes you will make today.
In this case, I'm trying to dodge a shotgun blast.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not too effective.
Not exceedingly.
Sure. Sky Story and 44 Sovereigns.
Oh shit, I think you're right.
Yeah. Oh, I should have picked up more books at Rollberry on my way back.
2 Sour Secrets, 50 experience, and a Scorpion Flute. Scorpion Flute Sunless. If you're for the hero, you can then blow it up.
Sounds awfully British. Okay. Back to the sun, and then to explore that last little bit. Oh, Remy's sitting up all cute like. Hello, Remy. Are we ever prepared for kitty time? Hey. Meow.
It says beams.
Partial success.
Biscuits.
Okay. Maybe I should respec for hearts.
Yeah, I think when you're terrorists, I like that you run out of terrorists. Hearts. Together, hearts.
Would you, Daniel, would you, because she's definitely...
Can I help you?
Wait, there was a thing back there?
Is there something you can check this out? bites as it squeezes between the toes. The sound is like, "Ooh." Doom does as he pleases.
Are you alright?
I'm cold. Normally standing there and being like, yes, Remy, can I help you?
You want me to sit there by you?
Perhaps pointing more into the room would certainly help a little bit. But just like standing there in front of Remy, just like there was cold air pooling over by the desk and just started biting my legs. Chilly air was just like, pants, blood pants. Just went right through, like right there. I was just like, but yes. Bring them.
Are you sure?
Exceedingly comfy and easy to wear. In our normal conditions, warm. I wish I knew where the dang heck long johns are. And where that cake came from.
Lunk Johns?
It came out kind of like long johns. Long John Silver. Did you know the kind of fish in Long John Silver's is actually encoded in the shape?
Is this a joke?
It's true. The diamond-shaped one is like a fork, and they've actually added 2 new shapes and 2 new kinds of fish.
That makes sense that they would make it, you know, easy to quickly identify.
Yeah, it's probably mostly for the use of the crew, but like, that's just good to know if you eat there.
Yeah.
Make sure you got the right fish. Jackson. And provided you actually care that much about the subtle ass differences in the flavor of those. Well, if you're a fish person and you live in a landlocked state, you might consider it. It's at least their specialty, so you won't get sick, usually. As opposed to getting the fish at a steakhouse in a landlocked state.
Specking for hearts.
Specking for her, specking for her.
Wilbury Juxtamare again.
Yeah. Burr. Jeez. The laptop surface is cold. I don't wish to touch it.
It should be exuding warmth.
Not the exhaust, I suppose. I'm not really having it do much, that's not what the person used my heat.
Okay, let's attempt to
Mostly
persuade
another
her
surface,
again.
just like, I'm just leave your hands.
Failure.
Another package for the off season. I'm just going to let that right up my sleeve. Sun's not doing well. I don't think you used to be able to see the little flippy door on the inside there.
Hmm. Okay.
Los pescados blancos. What are you doing?
Etuna Brute. I remember you telling me about that. Failure? No. Why? The compulsory knees up failed. They drink the brandy, they join in a few half-hearted verses of Tarara Boomdier, but soon the mood turns melancholy again. Before you can stop it, the crew are sharing stories of the loved ones they left behind and the lives they led in those long-gone days before London climbed into the sky. Yeah, I'll be London bound soon.
Where are you headed for the mausoleum?
No, I was exploring up this way towards the Well of the Wolf.
Ah. Yeah, see, I recommend you head toward the mausoleum first for the terror drop.
It might be.
Because terror over 50% equals these stupid events.
Right. And yeah, I was going to, but I was going to after getting back to London from the place. I was going to go there, F Clouds, back to London, then to the mausoleum.
Okay, not too much terror for that to be good.
I was sub 50% when I left.
But kinda close to it, especially after you got out from London. That's in the country.
Fast. Rumors of mutiny. You are watched. Either way, 60% chance of success. I'll attempt it. You swear your oaths huddled together in the dark of the hold, lit by a paraffin lamp. The next day the windows of your engine are fogged as if something was breathing on them. Mists rise thick about you. The burrower is angry, an engineer hisses. Did someone swear while they still harbored mutiny in their heart? I figured that would scare them too much to risk it. Especially this close to port.
Yeah. Idiots.
Now, how many hours do I need to take to, Okay, cool. That's what I thought. On to the mausoleum.
Got shiny souls with it?
Yep. Did we used to? Well, then the answer to that would probably be because Pizza Shuttle, and their pizzas are smaller. Something like that.
It was pretty close. Oh, ghosts. Tonight's you're the visitation. Scare the ghost.
You whisper stories of dread into its cold ear. When you reach the third story, the specter begins to tremble. Halfway through the sixth, it shrinks away, and by the time the seventh is done, it has fled back to whatever gloomy hole it calls home. The night is yours. You've lost 7 tales of terror.
That was really funny, though.
Yeah.
And also a much needed terror drop.
Okay, so let's first report. And then
Oh. Is that someone? Would you lose a crew of friends?
I'm not sure. Like, I feel like I've done that before, and I didn't, but I don't remember what it does.
It's probably a terror drop. Which means, considering what you're about to do. So yeah, first you might want to derp with the Deathless or something.
Derp with the
Because they
death.
tend to give you terror, and you can avoid it.
Yeah. The cheery registrar hands you a gold leaf envelope pinned in black. It seems you have attracted the attentions of one of the deathless. The macabre counselor is having some sort of party. Your name is on her list. You are brought to a catacomb the size of a cathedral where an orchestra is mishandling Sansane. It's French. I don't French. There are costumes. You are made Pope. It emerges the macabre counselor is attempting to recreate a tableau once saw in Siena.
Ah. Okay. Why Pope? Oh, that's fine. At least she's not trying to reproduce the Plato tapestry. That would take a while.
That would take a while. That would take a while indeed. At the appointed time, the registrar escorts you to the tomb. The chapel is empty. Posies lie crumpled on the marble floor, along with mourning lace and brooches bearing the prince consort's handsome face. You spend a somber hour admiring the frescoes and the folds of marble cloth that swaddle the effigy. Somewhere behind you, a bell tolls. The cheery registrar hurries you out. Another visitor is coming, and there must be no one at the tomb when they arrive.
Maybe it's just an effigy. Only a model. Okay, now we can resume exploration without intense annoyance. Well, okay, we can head back to the freaking Avid Horizon to make the burrow over not mad. Then you can resume exploration.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh. Sure, it'd be nice if your next level got rid of that nightmare.
Yeah.
I think it's part of the problem.
Crunch. Yeah. Continue just crunching that terror. Oh, that was close enough to scratch me. That one was even closer. actually hurt less. Ah! Oh, ow! I dodged the wrong way. That's why I don't like being on this side. Because I get turned around. Back up, back up, back up. Gotcha. Commune with the scorn fluke.
Wait, what's that one thing?
Create the wrath of heaven.
What's that requirement?
When nightmares is awful.
Wow. So high nightmares and the one to the right?
A searing enigma.
Unless you come up with a gun made from scorn fluke. Sadness. Okay.
Interesting.
Cool. That's like the gun you make from guest goo. Yeah, that's also a thing. Let's see if we learn from it, I guess. Jeez.
You perch precariously on the edge of the vast eye. The fluke quakes. Its flesh ruptures, releasing spurts of caustic vapors. This close, your skysuit cannot entirely protect you. When you finish coughing, the dizziness is overwhelming. You can smell the fluke's dying wishes, are ravaged by its regrets. The search it leaves incomplete. Its fear that the search is impossible and will never end. The jagged, excruciating recollections of being outcast, and the certainty that only the outcast have a chance of success. Eventually, an engineer works their way from your engine to help you back. Once you're through the external hatch, a stoker wordlessly passes you a cup of tea.
What are they searching for, I wonder?
Oh, and take a facet. And now I'm kind of wondering if I want to dispel my nightmares just yet.
Or do you want to accrue 2 more?
Yeah, just to accrue 2 more, get that weapon, and then dispel them. There's the nightmares. I could hold off on that for now. I could hold off on taking more, You know, I think I might do that.
What's on the front line?
Pestilence.
Pestilence.
You've contracted an unlikely illness. You are turning imperceptibly slowly into glass.
That'd be the sun's fault.
That was something that happens to people in the Z, too, though, wasn't it? It was the, what was it, like,
person who suffered fire.
right, and well, like the one person who suffered a thing and so had their heart turned to glass so that it wouldn't kill them. Like something that
Oh, yeah, you can have like
the-
parts of you change certain things too.
Yeah.
That wasn't glasses, that was like a crystal or something.
I mean,
Crystal lungs. Glasses, distinctly yours. A narrow lodge is ledged into the ice here.
there we go. Now let's see.
There's literally no reason to approach the gate, but you could mess around with utility line.
I don't think I have anything that I need to advance anything with them, though.
Oh yeah, I think you needed to bring
Large amounts of
one crockery, one tea, and one supplies. Should we stay there for probably gets at least.
not for the Superlepsarians after having transcribed the thing with the first thing.
There might have been super upset. Sure.
Because I think all that I did with the displeased was the
Hey,
What
there's
was-
a scorn flute that wants you to worship it.
yeah.
Well, not really, but there's like a guy who's semi-possessed by a scorn flute, and he wants more people to do whatever in the world they're doing with the scorn flute. Meanwhile, it's just gonna be sad to me. And apparently full of self-loathing. It's not just sad, it's depressed.
Mm-hmm.
It's clinically depressed.
I'm sad that I'm sad. Also mood.
Yeah, depression that doesn't want to go away just kind of worsens itself.
I got a new med to help with that, but it's like a super stimulant, and I can't make myself be awake during the daytime to take it. And I don't want to take it at night, or else I will be stuck where I've been stuck.
They
Like-
prescribed you cocaine?
No,
Uh,
like cocaine wears off super quick anyway, though.
they prescribed you meth?
No.
They prescribed you some other amphetamine?
They prescribed me, what's it called?
Liquid Zoom?
It's not liquid. I forget what it's called. But I need to take it in the morning, or else I'm going to be just awake.
Ah, Uncle Twitchy's turbo powder. Yeah.
It's not a powder.
Oh. But you don't deny it's associated with some being known as Uncle Twitchy?
I don't know that it isn't.
Hmm.
Okay. Back to Wheelbarrow. Back to Wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow by the sea.
Itchy Zeb Zip Pills?
Itchy's what?
Itchy Zeb Zip Pills? Ooh, squandering.
May as well stock up because I am running kind of low.
That's a... Oh shoot, what's the term for a collective term?
I forget.
You know, like a honk of geese?
I don't think a honk is the term for a group of geese.
It may as well be. Honk! Okay, fine. I'll describe what they do to a last string of geese. Wouldn't you rather have a honk? Do you have a waffle?
Wouldn't you be happier if you did?
Whee! You're a useless cat. Gives you a filthy look and sticks his claws into your lap. Ow. Your useless cat sleeps on the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Fluffy. I can't wait for him to get there. It's warm out there. Squirmings. Fresh squirmings. Right out of the depths.
Just like lies.
Marauders eating guns. In there cornering you. Exploding. I wish they explode.
Well, I mean, they should.
Yoink. Thanks for the halt, loser. Whee! Get done, scrub lord.
So long, Gay Bowser.
I was wondering what the heck that was. I know.
Yeah, the first couple times I encountered those, I wondered the same, but this time I knew to expect them.
Just super stacky smoke rings. Stacks. Smoky stacks. Smoke belch. Hickory smoke.
Are you having problems?
Syntax error. Hickory smoke syntax error. From the top.
Mists.
Fancy a cup of errors? Oh god, you have your sandwich.
Sandwich, you say?
It's scarcely even human. I don't like what I just said.
Let's see here. Can do this. Get a coat. Right. Purport. Have some blubbery gumps. off season.
Gosh.
Delivered care package. Join the ritual.
Actually, Marcy, you can't hear Scornflukes. Just had to hear some Scornflukes die first. That's weird.
Oops.
Yeah, it's kind of like not really worth it to take work from the people here. Well,
I mean-
I guess you do get time secrets.
Yeah, the donkeys are worth it. The other ones, not so much. Although I'm not spec'd great for it.
And they made you leave. Get
Yeah.
out of here. Filthy Outlander.
I need more ministry stamped permits. I should probably trade some ministry gratitude for those.
Jeez.
A hat. A path to the beach. Complete the ritual. Failure.
Oops. An unpleasant pass.
The cultists in attendance are less effervescent than those in the church, etc. Chew but don't swallow. Try to gnaw on it, but the salt oil slick causes you to retch, bile to rise in your throat. You choke and spit. The cultists regard you with sad disappointment. Whatever was needed of you, you have failed. Eh. Go dipping in the sea.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Take a donkey ride. You are briefly without terror.
You were scruffy.
I heard nerfs. Ruminate on the nature of donkeys. Yes, look at all that.
You've gained a bunch of crap.
I gained 5 terror, but look at all that other stuff. More than a fair trade. Okay. Leave swiftly.
Go away. Fish.
Yeah. I haven't really need caged catches yet. But they are just in general kind of expensive.
You could buy a couple and shove them in the bank.
Yeah.
this tank. You could get a couple. It's, well, kind of dank. You could sell some propane and say your name is Hank.
It shouldn't have fit so well. Not that it really
Not that it did.
not that it needed to fit that well. It was just the meter, but you know, I'll just go ahead and buy as many as I can, and then back to London.
Nod, no.
Nod, no.
Not selling though.
What?
So many selling
Selling?
to nod, no.
Oh, selling.
Did you think I said selling with an N?
That's what I heard. Yeah.
No, I said selling. 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 Slime.
Slime.
Selling.
Beware of the slime.
Seal.
Inward and so don't burn across the floor and don't burn and don't burn the slime. You're right, it is the blob. I'm thinking of the green. Thinking of the green slime and confusing it too.
You gotta be careful of the blob.
Yes. Beware of the blob.
Gotta be careful. Beware would make more sense considering how dangerous it is in the movies. It kills a lot of people. But nope, the song was Be Careful of the Blob. There you go, careful. There's a blob over there. Like it's just an accepted hazard. As opposed to a movie monster that'll chase you into bathroom stalls via the drains. Fun fact, I was kind of scared of floor drains for a while because of that stupid movie. My parents were watching it, like some TV rerun, and I was too young to be looking at that. It was scary. Probably even more so because, like, I, wasn't supposed to be watching it, so I stopped. As opposed to watching the end of the movie, see the monster feet. That would have made it a bit less scary.
Mm-hmm.
The song just makes it sound like an environmental hazard. The freaking zombies in High School of the Dead.
The song makes it sound fun.
I don't think the blob's any fun.
I mean, that song is a bop.
Here's this cat. He's in trouble with the princess. Again.
Again.
Well, excuse my
me.
cat, princess.
Well, excuse me, princess.
Lock.
Excuse me, ow, princess. Repair. Bank. Meow. Okay, gonna explore to the west again. I think one crate of crockery to just get in there easily for a port report. That one wasn't. Hey, Mom. Would you please? Thank you. Oh, you hear a disturbance and, oh dear, it must be the dog again. The baritone percussion of his barking echoes through the locomotive. There's a pressing question to consider. Where is the noise coming from?
I don't know what to say, it won't do.
Your aunt's galley. A wavering scream rises from the galley. Is the inadvisably big dog accosting Auntie? Thank you.
That's the last of the dog.
Oh, okay. The galley is smothered in flour. Every wall, every surface, every object is covered with a fine layer of it, including your aunt. Especially your aunt. White motes float lazily through the air while your aunt struggles to get a hold of the inadvisably big dog, who appears to be under the impression that they're playing a game. "He is your responsibility," she hisses. "Deal with him." Lob balls of dough at the dog. Catch the inadvisably big dog with his favorite game. Or help your aunt catch him. There's two of you and one of him. You bounce lumps of raw sourdough off the dog until he takes notice and snags one of the balls from the air. You attach a leash to his collar when he trots over to spit his prize into your waiting palm, all under the irate scrutiny of your aunt.
Good job, dog. You have avoid the inconvenient dog. Good dog. Large dog.
I guess he's not who I talked to about that. There we go.
In good standing.
Paraffin requisition form?
Wait, no, that's a paraffin requisition form. Where the devil? Ah! This little goofball is fun. The genial auditor. Yeah, he looks like a nice guy.
Friendly guy, at least. But considering he works for the Ministry of Public Decency, at the very least his bosses are, not the greatest.
As of you, I didn't catch that middle part. That's of no use to us, or indeed anyone. Apparently that particular form is inherently useless. trade favor for like a map to for an indication of where Perdurance is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What we'll do for now. Okay. Actually, I think I will start the search in this direction.
Oh, good. Every enemy's leveled up isn't preventing you from getting new XP.
Yep.
So many lamps.
I should stop it. See what's up there. There's the thing there.
It's your way.
This- Okay.
Here they also drink.
Heh.
Yeah, it's all moist. Kind of sticky.
Overseer runs up to where you stand by your locomotive. The revolution's over. The governor asked about you. He tries to say more, but needs to catch his breath. Finally, he's restored enough to continue. He seemed eager to see you, said to let him know if you docked, but maybe you should just head straight across. Tell him yourself. The overseers aren't wearing their working capes. Their blazers, combined with the way some bob to you, make them seem very cheery. One holds open the door to Little Nice for you. It is a brief walk to the old governor's house. The door stands open unguarded. In the front room behind the desk is the reverberant activist. He has not seen you. In front of him, with their backs to you, are two men. Neither has removed their stovepipes. The advisory board was horrified to learn of conditions under the previous governor. Genuinely shocking. We are convinced that you are the person to right the ship. After all, who knows it better than you? The man takes out a sheet of paper and places it on the desk. You can't see what it says. The other stovepipe speaks. There are some practicalities that might mean progress is slower than you or I would like. Production must be kept up, of course. After all, that's what puts food on the table. But I'm sure you can find efficiencies your predecessor couldn't. We leave it in your hands, Governor. Both stovepipes chuckle warmly. They shake the hand of the new governor and leave, giving you a small nod as they pass. The governor looks confounded. Whatever he expected, it was not this. You've gained 25 Strength of the Sun.
Oh, good.
Perhaps this wasn't what you expected. Maybe you knew this was inevitable. But you have caught the revolutionary leader, the governor, by surprise. Well, I mean, from that position, he can improve things.
At least a little.
Meow. I can at least keep him honest, though. Going this route. Make sure he intends to stay the course, as it were. Because as confused as he is, I feel like congratulating him wouldn't be the right step either.
Eternal uprest.
Do, 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 do. I
don't know what difference that makes.
Mechanically, probably none. It's probably just a narrative difference. So I'll go for this. The governor meets your gaze but says nothing. A gasp alerts you to the presence of the bearded youth. How long has he been standing behind you? With a gesture, the governor dismisses him. When the governor speaks again, his voice is low. If the furnaces die, so does Brabazon. The reality is, I can only shuffle a few workers off the work world, but the rest would freeze. He smiles, bright, charming. I can make things better, at least. I can give them hope. He glances at the document on his desk. I won't be leaving. I've no use for this. Take it, please. You now have 1 royal dispensation. You've gained 3,000 experience. The workers are unhappy. They realize this isn't fair, but they cannot yet see the opportunities for change.
Did you give me the option to ask about the dismal chairman?
Here?
Don't see it.
Yes, Remy? I need my hand to play the game.
Yeah.
Amy, why don't you come snuggle? Oh, come on. Oh, whoa, ow!
That's fine. What'd she do?
I mean, she didn't really do anything. She just kind of struggled and not, like... I guess she just felt more trapped than she actually was. I was going like... No, she just, like, turned around and, like, kind of pushed off my leg to jump up there. But that's all. The governor is trialing a scheme whereby the children get to attend school in Little Nice. Their chances of earning a way off port while still young are increased. The acoustics of the Be-Between seem to have been perfectly designed to amplify the shouts and shrieks of children. It is cacophonous. Fortunately, there is no need for manners. All overseers present are covering their ears. You join them till the flock is passed.
Well, I see he's actually attempting to improve things.
Mm-hmm.
He's certainly got his work cut out for him. This place is not well designed.
Okay, so I need hours or permits to get down to the work world now. And I need tea for the Committee for the Improvement of Working Conditions.
How many?
Just one. One per go. And it's a timed thing. So I can't, like, bring a bunch of tea and do it over and over again. Has not yet been able to reach any decisions. If you bring them tea, they'll stamp any permit you provide.
Bring one tea
Sounds like it's trade tea for a permit, which, that's cool.
That's a good trade.
And also bring hours to get in.
Just one girl?
Just one.
Yep. Here we go. Let's use theirs.
Okay.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
Well, no, oh, hey. How about that?
Hey,
I am kind of low on those.
ours.
I'll buy one for now, because I don't know but what it'll give me. Well, I'll buy. Oops, that's not quite what I meant to do. Yeah. It's open only to those working at the port, those previously of the port, and yourself. It might now be an official route, but it's still through the maintenance hatch. It's not a dignified departure. Right, a port report.
Order reporter.
Okay, more tea to decrease unrest. Do that. All right. A thin, determined girl pulls a handcart along the street. Lying in the back is a rag-wrapped corpse. Many failed to pay off their debts at the work world and end their days here. Should the deceased have any debt still owing, it will now become the responsibility of his descendants and relatives. Ugh.
Literature for school.
Yeah, I can do that too. Not that I have any literature, but that's a thing that changes from time to time. Okay.
A penny for your time.
Yeah, I'll give it a try. Failure. Damn, I didn't actually expect you to give me any, thank you. He stares hungrily at your donation. I couldn't work today, I couldn't. Whatever I earn gets spent on my debt. It'll never be paid off. I've stopped caring whether it grows. He stands to shake your hand. Please take this. The overseers haven't taken this month's money yet. He laughs. It's too loud and too long. I like to watch the people who still expect change. You've given me a little longer to watch their hope die. Else I can do here right now. stock up on that. Off we go. Ooh, ooh. There it is. A stanky weft. Inspect the jack. Remain. Remain. Remain in the weft. 100% chance. There we go.
And the dog from the bridge. Weakness, rosy relics, and unwanted rocks. Get these chunks of stone out of here. I didn't know this was smoking.
Hmm. Visions of the heavens are plentiful, though. I can get lots of those. Let's try that. Failure.
Oops.
Oh well, that's only 5 terror.
Oopsie poops.
Delaney's Frank.
What?
It's a hot dog.
What?
I don't know.
It looks overcooked.
Yeah. Hot dogs. Look at all of those crepuscular rays. He said, trying to sound smart.
Taco of an overcooked hot dog made of rocks. Reminds me of the elephant cat from Catherine. Looks like, she looks like a hot dog stand. Red and yellow.
Red and yellow, red and yellow.
It's dressed like a hot dog stand. Ooh, a thing.
A thing.
A thing, a thing.
Pay respects. Hey, a thing. Wow, that was off. Learn to aim. Oh, come on. Wow. You're just spinning, ain't you? Whoa. How did that hurt me after it died? Kick you apart. We'll kick you apart. Ooh. We'll save children, but not the British children, apparently, despite...
Wait, but... What? What children are we even saving then?
I don't know.
We're in space, Britain.
We are in Space Britain.
I'm confused. Also, apparently
Hey,
this
Mom.
right band-aid that fell into the sink.
Would you please?
That was swift.
Yeah.
Might I humbly request you also grab a blue one for the door? Yep. I guess it's more of a purple.
Middle of the night. Once again, you're muttering under your breath. It's best if you don't listen to what you're saying. Perhaps a distraction. Eat something. Food grounds you, makes it easier to sleep. You are ravenous, but the food on your ship is not right. It is food for monkeys. Bats might be content with it. You are used to a different sort of meal, more luminous, thank you, and harmonious.
Luminous for past.
Eat from a live container? Oh.
This crew member won't remember afterwards. You need not even bite the body. What? Or eat something exotic, if only you had a cage catch.
Okay, that increases nightmares, which I do kind of want to do to get that gun. So I think I'll do that. Because that sounds creepy, and it doesn't actually cost crew, apparently.
Yeah, what are you actually doing to the crew member? I'm confused.
Am I eating their dreams? Am I becoming a tapir? Oh, that did cost crew. The corpse is in the hallway until the corpse is in the hallway in the morning. There are no wounds and no signs of illness on the deceased. His face bears an expression of, would you call that beatific recognition? What could have happened to the poor man? Your nightmares are now awful. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you.
Uh-oh, did you just gain unaccountably peckish?
I gained unaccountably peckish. I got red.
Shouldn't have eaten that guy.
Shouldn't have eaten that guy.
I didn't expect to have to say a sentence like that.
Can't believe I ate the whole guy.
Here. Well, you ate his soul? Hang around that
Oh,
much.
yeah, that sounds like it. I turned into no. Screw you.
An outbreak of the fart sings.
Sit with the most afflicted.
What is that jerk protecting? Could it be for endurance?
Abdurance.
Looking for the gold. Where's the gold?
There's gold in them thar. Conquistador, your stallion stands in need of company. Like some angels haloed brow, you reek of purity. And though your armored plated breast has long since... Your skin is going clear in patches, and the texture is crackly and brittle like old parchment. The veins show copper blue beneath.
Oh, is this because you took the glass thing?
I didn't take the glass thing.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think I want to look beneath. Not right now. Lost One mirrors. Oil your skin. Paint it in the old color, and you can go unnoticed a while longer.
Well, that's poop.
Yeah. The other one probably would have cost me iron. I bet.
Or hearts.
Or hearts.
Let's be on the other end of that trumpet factory. Does your Ow! Son.
It did sting.
Get that. Anything around here? Okay, run for a jerk again. Yeah, I found a woodlands.
And that's all it found.
Ah, we're about to run into that anyway.
Inspect the jack. %100% chance. Yeah.
Where the crap is Perdurance? Seriously, where the crap is Perdurance? It's Lighthouse.
Promising. The Indigo Soar.
69 speed. Nice. Lighting rocks.
It's unlikely to be on this side, but I just want to clear the clouds. I can sail around. Actually, fuel's kind of low. I should probably make straight for the more likely location. This definitely looks like something.
There's a mystery monitor showing something.
Oh, oh. Oh, not cool.
We'll just let it do that. Jeez, Lois. Getting a bit low on. Yes, we found it. Now where the heck is this port?
Yeah, where do I dock?
What side is the dock on? This. Oh!
The Clockwise Kingdom. Achievement unlocked.
And the blades have
I hope they sell fuel. On approach, Perdurance looks like an opulent mansion caught partway through a genteel explosion. Each constituent set of rooms accounted for, but separate and out of place. Each is connected in a rough circle by narrow, winding passages. The steep roofs are topped with shingled turrets and precarious towers. The elegantly disassembled country house perches on top of a soot-stained, windowless factory whose chimneys belch gouts of smoke and fire. Enter the parlor. The docks face a set of polished oak doors carved with a series of masked figures dancing the quadrille. Okay, I can't do that yet. The windows in the parlor are shuttered, the lights stained with pale yellows, blushing pinks, and bruised violets. Lit with the illusion of dawn, or perhaps dusk, you see a room cluttered with stiff-backed armchairs and decorative chaises, set against savagely floral wallpaper in shades of burgundy, violet, and Brunswick green. A portrait of the Empress, unsmiling, hangs in an ornate gilt frame. A few visitors mill about, casting speculative glances at the exasperated butler, while they pretend to examine the decor. Write a port report. The visitors are puffed up with importance and embarrassingly eager to tell you how they obtained an invitation to the half-light mask. Some through patronage or long service, others through less salubrious means. All are desperate to spend a day in the company of the glittering inhabitants of Perdurance, the brightest stars in Albion's firmament. For here, the sons and daughters of Her Majesty's most important courtiers reside in eternal youth and sophistication.
Mostly to keep their parents in line.
Mm-hmm.
I know what she's up to.
I can buy neither fuel nor
What?
supplies here.
Wait, what about the other store?
This is the store.
Yeah, and the other one is.
This could be bad.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little tight. Let's see, Sky and
Whirlberry is probably my best bet.
zoom out.
Although getting 2 Whirlberry is probably more... Actually, might be a slightly less dangerous since it won't take me straight past Skyhinge.
Yeah, Blueberry looks a little more. Brabazon is very straightforward, but that straight is not fun.
No.
Blueberry is not best, but
Well, Whirlberry is about 75% of the distance to Brabazon. But it
that's
is...
through there, really.
Yeah, it's not a straight line.
So you go take that straight and back over past Palace Pier there. enough supplies in the fuel room.
Yeah. Well, there's no reason to leave Perdurance just yet.
Oh, definitely.
There may well be a story beat that gives us stuff. Talk to the exasperated butler. He appraises you with an officious disapproval that testifies to years of devoted training. Yes, and, he demands. He leafs through a leather-covered logbook to make clear that he is, in fact, terribly busy. Sure, inquire about the nature of Perdurance. What is this place? He sighs. This is Perdurance, the home of the Half-Light Mask. Here, Her Majesty has created a single perfect day, wherein the finest examples of the Empire's youth may reside for all time. At the day's end, there is a grand ball. When it is over, the day is spun anew with fresh hours, and all begins again. No one who resides here will age even a single day. Visitors are permitted, of course, relatives and a select few others, as long as they have an invitation, he says pointedly. How does one get in exactly? If one must ask how to obtain an invitation, one probably shouldn't have it. Typically, they are granted to the relatives of residents. However, the Ministry of Public Decency may award invitations to those who have served the Empire. We also receive an unusual number of visitors from the Royal Society. An invitation permits the bearer entry to a single instance of the mask, from morning to evening. You thank him, but he clearly wishes to impress upon you the grandeur of the matter. It is a great honor to be invited here, and an even greater one to be rewarded with a residence. The Empress is most generous with her favored servants. He gives you a sharp look and adds, and we are all her servants, are we not? Who is permitted to reside here? Why, they are the sons and daughters of Her Majesty's most valued, most trusted counselors and confidants. The residents want for nothing. They need fear nothing. They will not grow old or know care or worry. They will be preserved forever in the flower of their youth and innocence. These are the gifts that are Her renewed Majesty's to grant. Can the debutantes leave? Why on earth would they want to do that? To do so would seem remarkably ungrateful. Goodbye, he says in the tones of one who has been relieved of a terrible burden. Hand your invitation. Through the Empress, straight on till morning. The portrait of the Empress swings open, and a succession of brightly dressed debutantes, sour-faced chaperones, and prim servants stumbles into the parlor. They barely have a moment to rest their feet and take a sip of tea before a panel of wallpaper slides open, the dark maw of a sharply curving passage just visible in the dawn light. The exasperated butler snatches the invitation from your hands. Remember, your invitation only lasts one day. It is a warning, but sounds a little wistful. He propels you forward to join the court in its procession. You emerge, a little tender, into the morning.
Yes, you have business here.
Lots of business.
Princess, the rats.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere in Perdurance, there is a rat.
Dun, 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 dun.
What?
You don't remember that YTMND?
That's a very silly one.
Yes. That's like my favorite one. I don't know if the website, if the actual website YTMND still exists, but if it does, look up mgf.ytmnd.com. Best out of all of them. It's Fred Flintstone going, Wilma, over the game over sting from Metal Gear Solid. Whoever thought of that, genius.
Deeply silly. So there's the presumptuous heiress to spring from this place.
Mm-hmm. A bored chaperone answers your question. Oh, the little fat one. No, she'll only come out later. Her owner doesn't wake up till the afternoon. Hidden in your sleeves, Cinders quivers with indignation. Oh, the morning room is a grander version of the parlor, presided over by the Aureate Duchess in her pink and purple silks. Dowagers of varying stateliness and aplomb take tea and converse in low tones. Other debutantes reply to correspondence, writing notes in elegant script and affixing them with sealing wax. Meanwhile, chaperones give orders to the servants and see to Perdurance's household accounts. The light is a flushed yellow, autumnally ripe. Okay, then find the presumptuous heiress. She must be here somewhere, but can you find her? The macabre counselor commissioned you to find and free her daughter, the presumptuous heiress. First, you'll need to find her among the debutantes. 82% chance? The macabre counselor provided you with a fulsome description, several charcoal sketches, and a lock of hair. Unfortunately, almost everyone here is young, comely, and slavishly contemporary with current fashions. Excuse me. Still, that's good odds, so I'll, Failure! It is so hard to tell these debutantes apart. Yes. Similar hair, similar makeup, similar manners, the same guffaws and giggles, every one of them resplendent in distracting finery. The heiress must be here somewhere, but you can't find her. Perhaps you can try again another time. Well, time to move onwards. One of the Dowager Duchesses rings a bell. Conversation halts with practiced suddenness. Morning is over. Everyone arrays themselves in a procession according to their station. The Dowager Duchesses at the front, debutantes just behind, then chaperones and visitors, and the servants bringing up the rear. There is much jostling for position within each group, according to rules that you cannot begin to fathom. You enter the narrow and twisting passage, stumbling in the enveloping darkness as the debutantes giggle and shout. With each step, the shrieks of hours being spun backwards resonates through your body, leaving you shaking and worn. You emerge blinking into the dazzle of afternoon. Here, the curtains are pulled back with tasseled ropes, allowing the clockwork sun to spill its stark gold into the dining room. The long table is set with rows of gleaming china dinner plates, patterned with delicate florals. Silver cutlery, polished to a high shine, gleams atop a pristine tablecloth. Servants pour endless glasses of watered wine, or carry in the next in a stream of elaborate dishes. A plump white rat sits in a little golden cage. A dandy is idly feeding her slivers of camembert. He's happy for you to confer with his pet. Uh-huh. Wilma patters from the dandy's palm to yours. Her whiskers twitch as Albrecht emerges from your sleeve. You're here for my part of the number? Albrecht nods solemnly. Wilma presses close to him. Deine Schnurrhaare sind ungefleckt, mein Lieber, she whispers. Your sleeve twitches, and Cinders pokes her head out. Wilma jumps. Neither speaks. Albrecht clears his throat. There is still a place for you, Wilma. Wilma's nose twitches. I'd like to hear that from her. After a pause, Cinders inclines her head. Wilma sniffs. That'll do, for now. As you turn, the dandy says, I say, won't you give me something for my rat?
Sure, I'll give you $20. If you'll give me your rat.
Okay, bear, live in his prison. There's Luke the heck at him. Choice.
I'll see what he thinks of that. The dandy blanches. No, you see, I'm very happy here. Entirely happy. His fingers twitch as though were this some other place, he'd demand satisfaction of you. Excuse me. Wilma is aboard.
Devils of Caroline.
They would describe yours as distressingly bland, inoffensive, and liable to dissatisfaction.
Oh, hover over the eyeball. I think that means something. What?
Nope, doesn't usually do that in these,
Okay.
in that context.
Yeah, it sounds like that kind of say soul status. I'm guessing that's plain or clear or something. Okay.
Time to move onwards. A passage opens behind the china cabinet and the procession forms once more. You take a breath and step into the close, stifling darkness, trying not to fall behind as the passage contorts and coils. With each step, the shrieks of hours being spun backwards resonates through your body, leaving you shaking and worn. You spot a figure masked in a featureless black, their face covered by a smooth oval of polished obsidian. Who are they? It is an enormous relief to spill out into evening at the grand ballroom.
You were time traveling?
Not exactly.
Preference is weird.
Yeah. Everyone finds their place without a murmur, and courtly life is resumed, almost as though the terrors you just experienced never existed. It's not so much that I am traveling through time, it's that time is traveling through me. In reverse. Hanging from the grand ballroom ceiling is a vast ormolu gaselier, its spidery arms decked with cut crystal drops. It casts soft yellow brightness onto the masked dancers below as they whirl across the polished parquet floor. Music blends with the hum of genteel conversation and the stiff swish of starched crinolines.
Parquet?
Better. The half-light mask is in full swing. There's barely room to stand, much less move.
Behind you, Daniel. Just kind of standing there. Nice. Over here. Oh, Teddy heard your name, and I thought Vince's name, and Teddy immediately turned around and
You can gain faith.
Yeah.
Teddy. Poor Teddy wants to be friends with you.
Using mirrors or veils.
Yep.
Time Vince is
That one I have a 100% chance of, so yeah, I'll assist the chaperones. The chaperones wear drab versions of the debutantes' masks, animals patterned in shades of brown and gray. They prowl the ball, ensuring that no one is getting too friendly.
Unless they can be in on it too.
You help one break up an assignation between two of their wayward charges. The chaperone's eyes blaze with such indignance. You imagine the paste gems at her ears and throat gleam with reflected fury. As you drag the recalcitrant debutantes from behind the heavy fustian curtains, you notice that the glass of the arched windows behind them is covered in a layer of soot, blocking out any possibility of sunlight. Glass.
You acquired debutantes and servants' favor. I'm sure it's useful for something.
Hanging from the grand ballroom ceiling is a vast... Oh, wait, I already read that one. Listen to the anxious chaperone. One of the chaperones approaches you as the evening ends. She has one blue eye and one green. I need your help, she says. You are admired by the inhabitants of Perdurance. Unlocked when you do not have the chaperone's bequest. You are equally admired by all parties in Perdurance. All right. You're trusted by both servants and debutantes, and that is rare indeed. It inclines me to hope that you may be admirable. Thus, I ask you for a favor. You're a traveler. I trust something to your care. Without a pause, she pushes her fingers into her own eye socket and pulls the eye out with a wet pop.
Oh, yuck.
She holds it out to you expectantly. Are you expected to take this? Wait, on closer inspection, the eye is glass. Although...
Notice that it didn't come with a bunch of connective tissue.
Yeah. The iris is inlaid with emerald and jet, flecked with gold. My family committed themselves to the Brabazon workworld to pay off their debts. This will buy years off their service. I beg you, take it to them. You wrap the chaperone's eye in your cuff. Perhaps if you're traveling that way.
Well, how can you not if you're taking her eye?
Right?
That'd be theft. That'd be full-on theft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't see why you do that.
She couldn't see anyway, not out of that eye.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, chandeliers
Mm-hmm.
were
Candles. Right.
start out with.
So gasoliers were gas
Chandeliers
lamps.
when they were gas, and then
Mm-hmm. Electrolyers?
when during the actual switch from gas lights indoors to electricity, they were called electrolyers for a while, and then they were just
And then they stopped because that
chandeliers
sounded
again.
silly.
Well, when there was more than one to choose from, it described what it was. But
Langoliers.
No, that was a silly one.
The music stops. Somewhere below, a mechanical rumble can be heard as the hour looms begin spinning Perdurance's one perfect perpetual day all over again. One of the blacked-out ballroom windows opens to reveal the passage back to the parlor at dusk, or perhaps dawn. The keening of the hours as they are spun backwards makes your legs weak and your heart pound. You feel unaccountably wearied. You spot a figure masked in a featureless black, their face covered by a smooth oval of polished obsidian. Who are they? You enter the parlor through the portrait of the Empress and limp away, sore-footed from dancing and stumbling through the dark. Behind you, the members of the court of Perdurance chatter and take tea and make ready to begin their day anew. For tonight, and every night thereafter, is the Half-Light Mask.
and now this is the place you were
Trying to find for weeks. Finally found it.
very good. It's a silly place.
Chaperone taps you on the shoulder. Wait. The procession emerges from the dark passageway into the dusky, or perhaps dawny, light of the parlor. Somewhere below, Perdurance's hour looms labor to reweave its perfect day. Soon, the sleepless debutante will begin its morning anew. But first, someone approaches. Never let it be said that you allowed class to dictate the breadth of your friendships. The chaperones murmur quiet congratulations, remarking how your presence smoothed what is often a difficult day. They do hope you'll return. You leave richer in gossip and soothed by the distractions of the half-light mask. Well, I do have several invitations, so I can pursue
another run.
Yep, further business.
At least someone give me some fuel.
Yeah.
See if the princess knows I'm doing. Keep looking for those extra
Now, 82%, that shouldn't fail twice in a row. It could, but it shouldn't. There we go. There she is. Her mass of dark brown curls is set off with a spray of curving blue-black feathers, so high they scrape the low ceiling. She leans on a grand piano, talking to the pianist, a lady of comparable build with similar brown curls, an identical chin, and matching eyes. They could be sisters. Oh, apparently the macabre counselor has 2 daughters. She said nothing of this. No doubt it will prove to be a complication. There are too many people nearby to speak with either sister discreetly. But in the evening there will be a ball. Perhaps you'll have a chance then.
Perhaps.
If not, you just go back the next night.
It is afternoon in Perdurance. Dearest mother showed me the plans, said the princess. The engineers should be back here engineering. I do so wish to observe them. She gestures at a seemingly solid wall and urges you to follow. The loom chambers below stairs thunder and smoke. There are rows upon rows of hour looms, each tended by weavers with their hair pinned tightly back. The heat of the cooking combines with the shudder of machinery and pandemonium. Watching over it all are the theoretical engineers, access to them barred. Engineers only, states the sign in an angry font.
An angry font?
Uh-huh.
I wonder what that looks like. Do they show it?
No.
No, well, that's too bad. I'm curious as to what an angry font would look like.
Gather the...
I've seen prissy fonts. Kind of squeaky fonts.
Gather the rats. They're engineers. While the rats clearly unnerve everyone, when their knowledge of matters mechanical becomes clear, it's easy to arrange a meeting with the engineers who keep Perdurance trapped in its single perfect day. The incognito princess is enchanted by the turning machinery, and the engineers are as enchanted with her. They form a hive of activity around her, competing to answer her questions. She seems unsatisfied and presses harder. Change is the one constant, though, she says. How do you truly prevent it? By what methods does change try to escape your bondage? She realizes you're still there and dismisses you, saying she can find her own way back.
I mean, didn't she invite you or ask you to go along with her?
It might not have been rude. It might have been more like a... Oh, oops, sorry. Didn't mean to keep you here.
Yeah. That's kind of how I...
Right, considering who she is, maybe not.
Yeah.
Hard to know.
She's one of the debutantes?
No, she is one of the daughters of Queen Victoria.
Ah.
Not the eldest daughter, I don't think.
What do you see, Vince?
So even if she was extremely polite, you're gonna do what she says.
Yeah.
Located, targeted, and swung.
I did see what looked like a small fleck that he sniffed at, and then he just kind of like gently tapped, but then there was nothing there.
I think it's a dead silverfish.
Oh, okay.
Because I think it's
A chaperone pushes his food around his plate while a loud debutante tells an interminable joke. You suspect the chaperone has heard it a great many times.
oh, kitty.
The chaperone soon considers you a fast friend. He deftly inserts you into a lively conversation between several debutantes. He also gives a subtle signal to the servants, and thereafter you are always served the finest cuts of meat. It is more or less like pork. Not many pigs were brought into the sky, of course, but let's call it pork.
And pigs fly. I like that.
Come over here. You sure? Okay, there you go. Squeezing the rest of you like you can do it. More.
You hear the screech and shudder of the time looms at full power, spinning the hours backwards for each and every one of you. You look around, but the other members of the procession are studiously ignoring those who wear the faceless masks. Their fear is catching. It is an enormous relief to spill out into the evening at the grand ballroom. Everyone finds their place without a murmur, and courtly life is resumed, almost as though the terrors you just experienced never existed.
Isn't that what it said last time? Because it's the same day all over again?
It's the same day all over again, but I don't think that's exactly the same narration.
It's a little different.
Something about the terrors you experienced that never existed. That's a repeat.
Ah, there's some presumption errors.
Yeah. She favors the polka, alas. The presumptuous heiress is everything you expected in a dance partner. Demanding, joyful, and a touch too exuberant for propriety. Her attention is only partially on you, and only very peripherally on the steps of the dance. Instead, she waves at friends across the ballroom and whispers snatches of conversation as they pass close by. Between mincing steps interspersed with quick turns in double time, you manage to ask your questions. Tell her about her mother's
Sounds like a
commission.
fun movie scene.
For all her frivolity, the presumptuous heiress can summon a thunderous frown when the moment demands it. Leave without my poor luckless sister? I've never heard such base cowardice. She continues for some time, casting imprecations on her mother, her plan, and your own involvement. The idea is lack-witted in the extreme, even for Mama. I would rather rot here. She plucks crudité from a passing silver platter and looks for a servant to refill her champagne. As expected, a complication. The macabre counselor told you she has an agent in position at Perdurance to assist you. You'd better find them and seek advice.
Okie dokie.
Dance with the luckless sister. A country dance. You'll have to watch your feet. Where's the nothing about the agent, so... The luckless sister is light on her feet with a graceful tread. Her curls escape her pins as she twirls, gleaming a dark bronze in the gaslight. She looks very much like her sister as she dances, the occasional anxious line in her face smoothing over with the abandon of youth. Still, there is a watchfulness about her even as you clasp hands and smile. You must seize your moments for speech. Somehow you contrive. Investigate her opinions of the presumptive heiress and the macabre counselor. The luckless sister is thoughtful where her sister is pleasingly frivolous, and considered when her sister is untroubled. You gently steer the conversation in the direction of her sister, probing for resentments or jealousies. You find none. It is only when you mention the matter of mothers that the luckless sister's quiet charm falters. The one true pleasure of this awful place is that I will likely never see her again. Awful place? You look around at the laughing dancers in their shimmering finery, at the crystal decanters dark with wine, the windows' evening blaze caught and refracted in the shining chandeliers.
She recognizes it as the velvet prison it is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, why is she luckless?
B-
Except that she recognizes it.
because she's not the one that her mother asked to retrieve from the place.
Though she also doesn't want
To see her mother
to see
again,
her
but...
mother. She'd rather stay here.
Not crazy about being there.
Right.
Well, maybe you rescue her out of there and take her with you because she seems wonderful.
Or take both of them out of there. Because, like the other sister said, she's not leaving without her sister.
Then you can take her sister wherever the heck she wants to go, and the dumb sister can go to her mom.
No.
Nope.
No. Yeah.
There are a number of princes and princesses, actually.
Yeah. But these are not royalty. These are nobility, I guess.
Yeah, favored servants, stuff like that. Well, the children of favored servants, actually. You know.
Right.
Oh, no.
Well, Queen Victoria, real person, but I don't know that this particular princess is based on an actual daughter of Queen Victoria. It could be. I do not know. They do not give her a name. I don't even know how many children Queen Victoria had. Yeah?
Well, I assume that they weren't monsters that she had with a zombie.
Unlikely. The luckless sister's laugh startles a nearby chaperone. He gives you a stern look, no doubt suspecting you of nefarious levities. Once her amusement subsides, she refuses. If I truly thought that would be best for my sister, I would help you. My mother would only entangle her in schemes and plots. My sister is ill-suited to a life of intrigue and suspicion. She is not surprised that her mother would abandon her here, but nor does she seem inclined to aid you. You will need some form of leverage. You part ways from the luckless sister. She returns to her position at the edge of the ballroom.
Time to find that agent.
Mm-hmm. Which is not an option right now.
Nope, gonna have to, like, achieve fever.
Oops. One of the blacked-out ballroom windows opens to reveal the passage back to the parlor at dusk, or perhaps dawn. You think briefly of the weavers and spinners below stairs, working desperately to keep the members of the Perdurant court caught in the same repeating day. You look around, but the other members of the procession are studiously ignoring those who wear the faceless masks. Their fear is catching. You enter the parlor through the portrait of the Empress and limp away, sore-footed from dancing and stumbling through the dark. Behind you, the members of the Court of Perdurance chatter and take tea and make ready to begin their day anew, for tonight and every night thereafter is the Half-Light Mask. A chaperone taps you on the shoulder. For Stallone sued gossip? Can you check what the other rewards are here, just in case one of them is fuel? I kind of suspect
Right now.
I kind of suspect they won't be at this point, but
Establish a spider council.
Spider Council. Led by Chancellor Boris.
But stand for Parliament.
I will not stand for Parliament. No. Her.
Cautious tracker, fragment. Done that.
Should be at, like, whatever end of the day thing. Sunless skies. Okay, it looks like okay, so many of them are the same. However, if I exceed 5, if I exceed 5 debutante's favor, I also get a vision of the heavens. If I exceed 5 servant's favor, I get a savage secret.
Exceed 3 of both, you get a ministry approved literature.
Yep.
Constance's here. Oh no. Her horrible hat. Apparently she can be here sometimes.
Hmm.
Shops. Furniture. Oh, this is just unhelpful.
Yep.
So we can mess around.
Where are the fuel rats when we need them?
Speaking of which, you want to talk to the rats after you.
Hey, Oh,
Maybe
I
they can keep working towards bringing the sisters.
yeah, I'm at a point where I can talk to the rats right now.
Ah,
They have Wilma's part of the account number. Who's next?
they're the rats. They're the rats.
Cinders knocks back a shot of something unspeakable. We have to decide. Our medic, Vianne, our demolitions rat angel. They refuse to work together. Lord knows why the lieutenant kept them in the same unit. Though he did have sponge for brains and managed to bungle betraying us all, so I would venture stupidity, Cinders scowls. Anyway, Sarge knew we couldn't keep them both. Told me while he was scammered on the gin. Gave both of them the same number. Wilma scampers forward. Vianne's an old friend. She's at Magdalene's. She won't leave till she knows they can manage without her. We'll need to give them a condemned experiment. Angel's completely barking, but if you want him, he'll want a party thrown in his honor. Munitions, some inspiration on our part. Up to you. We shouldn't choose between comrades. Well, sounds like we want Vianne.
Alright. Take rats to Magdalene's. Take Clebo and rats to Magdalene's. Bring. Oh, kinetic experience, you got those.
Yeah.
You might have business with the princess aboard too.
I might. Ask Her Highness about the rumors. The crew whisper of all the engineers and Perdurants just disappearing, leaving naught behind but sporadic ghostly screams in the machinery. Is this true? Two dozen starlings buzz around the princess's quarters. It takes some time to make yourself heard. It's not true, says the princess, gesturing at a short woman with tall hair and spectacles. My friend was an engineer. She hasn't disappeared. She's right here. The analytical suitor sits, staring adoringly at the princess. However, I'm glad you're here. I understand that a new poetical movement inspired by the more melancholic strands of the celestial school is meeting in Rollberry Juxtamare. I wish to better study this notion's sadness. It is quite beyond me. She smiles. You're outside.
She's terrifying.
Uh-huh.
She made you leave just by smiling? Okay.
It's a very effective charm, like preternatural charm person.
Okay, so she's something blue. Oh no! We need to bring her blue. Take princess to.
Wait, was she seeking something borrowed?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that why she was coming to Perdurance? For the time? All the time there? The borrowed time? Who does she plan on marrying?
cannot spell Worlebury to save my arse.
Worlebury.
How many was that?
Worlebury.
Worlebury.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Wolverine. Another package for the off-season. Hanky-dinky-dinky-dinky-doo.
Hanky-dinky-dinky-dinky-doo.
Likely trying to get to Wilbury without running out of gas is our very next thing to do.
Uh-huh. Let's keep sticking around here for now, though.
Let's continue to screw around.
Locate the counselor's agent.
Yes.
You drift nonchalantly about the room, observing and eavesdropping. At last you come to a small corner table where one of the chaperones, a clairvoyant doctress, is shuffling tarot cards. The back of the cards bears a distinctive, familiar pattern, the seal of the macabre counselor. You give the doctress the slightest of nods. She winks back. "Please, sit," she bids, "and let me part the veil twixt present and future for you." The ominous tones are perhaps taking it a bit far. She is wearing modish fashions, but without any adherence to society's opinion regarding color or pattern. Paisleys in magenta layer stripes of emerald and indigo. Her hair is a mousy color, her eyes unremarkable. Her face is pleasing brown, but not particularly distinguished. The overall impression she gives is one of dazzling color and clashing patterns. A deliberate misdirection? She draws gruesomely hand-painted cards and lumpen crystals from a clinking beaded reticule, and constantly smokes cigars.
Sounds like a spy.
You like to know the people you're committing crimes with, easier to predict the likely moment of betrayal. Never you mind about that, just stick to the plan and it'll all be right and tight. The clairvoyant doctress yawns elaborately and dismisses you with the majesty of a dowager duchess. What's that smell on her breath under the bitterness of the cigars? Candle wax? That can't be right. You were promised help? Well, here it is. The clairvoyant doctress tosses the edge of her floral embroidered capelet and runs a hand down an equally elaborate bodice. I'm to be the heiress's replacement. We'll swap clothes, and perhaps a few other items. No one will know to look for her because she'll still be here. Clever, yes? Perhaps your skepticism shows. She grins. Ah, you think we don't look alike? Allow me to reassure you, that is a temporary inconvenience. I'll worry about that. You worry about finding an escape route. I'd recommend gossiping with the debutantes, chaperones, and servants. Every cage, no matter how gilded, has a hatch through which someone can remove the shit. You mentioned the complication of the surplus sister, and that the heiress refuses to leave without her. Quite. Is our employer forgetful, do you think, or manipulative? It doesn't matter, of course. We were paid for a single sister, and I can't split myself in two. You'll just have to convince the Mistress Macabre to separate. Or the Mrs. Macabre to separate, won't you? She finishes your reading with an elaborate flourish. You will meet a handsome stranger in a mask this evening. You know, I think I'm getting the hang of this. Morning is over.
This afternoon.
Where else to look for scandal but amongst the guardians of morality? Perhaps they know something useful about the macabre counselor's daughters. Wine loosens their tongues. The older of the macabre counselor's daughters was, until recently, engaged in an affair with the fuliginous forewoman below stairs, a woman lacking social status or connection. You point out the regimentation of each cycle. How could the luckless sister possibly slip away to an assignation? The chaperones indicate the nearby dumbwaiter built to carry hot food and dirty dishes from below stairs. A concealed door in the morning room apparently serves a similar purpose. Next time you visit, perhaps you should take a little look below stairs. Your secret staircase's quality is now 10.
Learned a thing.
Time to move onward.
Whoa, something's happening.
Oh. You see someone in one of those strange featureless masks touch a debutante on the shoulder. A brief struggle, and the debutante is bundled away. You do not see them again. It is an enormous relief to spill out into the evening at the grand ballroom. Everyone finds their place without a murmur, and courtly life is resumed, almost as though the terrors you just experienced never existed. How strange.
What can we learn from these?
They have sharp eyes and minds under the flounces of taffeta. Or, sharp eyes and minds under the flounces of taffeta. Or so you hope. Perhaps they know something that will aid your escape with the counselor's daughter. The debutantes tell you of the governesses, the Empress's agents who wear oval masks of featureless obsidian. They're only glimpsed in the passages between morning and afternoon, between afternoon and evening, between evening and dusk, or possibly dawn. You hear stories of disappearances and secret tribunals, of interrogations and re-education. A court that lies beneath the court. There are hidden hatches in the passages, the doors of night. The governesses use them to remove those of us whose family displease Her Majesty. You wonder whether you could make a certain sister vanish in the same manner. After evening would be best. Locate the governess's secret tunnels. You have learned that the governesses, masked agents of Her Majesty, use hidden doorways into and out of the passages between Perdurance's rooms. If you can find one, it would be exactly the escape route you need. The music ends, the dancing dies, the lights dim. The chaperones, like patient sheepdogs, herd the debutantes together. The door from evening opens onto a lightless passage. As ever, the debutantes gossip and giggle, using merriment as their shield against the gloom and the faceless figures it might hold. This time, as you pass along the corridor, you turn your eyes from the candles to preserve your night vision. You ignore the procession and study the dark. There, a cloaked figure in a featureless obsidian mask emerges from an unseen door. They glide alongside the procession, looking intently into each person's face. The debutantes look away, a touch of hysteria creeping into their jollity. You search the walls where the governess appeared, finding the crack of a closed door and the hidden catch that opens it. This is the escape route you need to squirrel one of the sisters away. On a future evening in Perdurance, when all else is in place, you will be able to make use of this.
Learning.
The procession emerges from the dark passageway into the dusky or perhaps dawny light of the parlor. Somewhere below, Perdurance's hour looms labor to reweave its perfect day. But first, someone approaches. A debutante veers away at the last moment. Terribly sorry, thought you were someone else. It appears you made little impression during your time here. The inhabitants of Perdurance are already hard at work, percolating the feuds and affairs that will dominate their new day. You make a quiet exit. 4 more. Okay, first, go below stairs. I believe. Yes, that is what I want to do. A concealed door blends in with the wallpaper here behind a bamboo screen, allowing servants to pass modestly in and out. The areas below stairs are part like the kitchen of a grand country house and part like a factory floor. Cooks prepare food in enormous pots, servants appear with empty plates to be scraped off and cleaned, even while others carry steaming dishes upstairs. Further back are rows upon rows of hour looms, each tended by weavers with their hair pinned tightly back. The heat of the cooking combines with the shudder of machinery in pandemonium. Talk to the fuliginous forewoman. She is an impressive sight, presiding over the din with aplomb and a rolling pin. The forewoman's waistcoat is dark and tightly buttoned. Beneath it, a corset strives gallantly against her ample figure. Her skirt is hitched up over a pair of soot-stained trousers and ankle boots. Strings of glass beads glitter at her throat, casting dazzles over her rich ochre skin as she bellows orders, sending workers scurrying from this loom to that. She turns to you. Her eyes are lined with pitch. Grime or cosmetic affectation? Ask her about the luckless sister. Inquiring about illicit love affairs almost always goes well. You've only been slapped twice. Well, thrice. The fuliginous forewoman's expression turns hard in an instant. Them above have been talking, have they? Snide little gossips. She's the only one of them worth anything. She sounds remarkably affectionate as she warms to her subject. Perhaps it was the luckless sister who broke off their affair. No, it was me. The forewoman admits miserably. Her face spasms for a moment. She draws out a handkerchief from her corset and coughs heartily into it. She shoves the handkerchief into a pocket, but not before you notice a violet stain on the fabric. Aha.
Violet's a weird color.
Ask about the handkerchief. You noticed a violet stain and the precise color of a certain aggressive strains of fungus found in the reach. Or the precise color of certain aggressive... Yes.
Lung verdancy.
Saw that, did you? I traveled before I was forewoman, and on my journeys I was exposed to certain spores. They colonized both my lungs and my thoughts, and are part of something old and vast. They awake impulses in me, the last and latest of which is to bring them home. I've denied them as long as I can. I must leave soon. She looks away. That's why I broke off the affair. Better to do it like that than to sneak off in the night. I thought about asking her to leave with me. Us. But it would be mean abandoning her sister. And what if the spores colonized her, too? But maybe... no use worrying on the maybes.
Huh. Well, there's a solution.
There is a solution.
She'd happily leave with her friends.
Mm-hmm.
And, the other sister can go get entangled in whatever the crap their mom wants her to do.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's only good for one of them, really.
Yeah. Although, really, all I have to do is deliver the one sister to her, and then, like, nothing says I have to keep her there.
True. And the luckless sister and forewoman, you could give a ride to the place. You already have some business there, I think.
Mm-hmm. Speak to the clairvoyant doctress. Da-da-da. Oh, nothing new
Regent's
there.
grave.
Nothing new. So let us,
Charms on random.
yeah. Charm a chap.
Everybody go to the dance room. Everybody go to the pants room.
Dance up with your pants up.
So I suppose now we talk to the luckless sister.
That shouldn't amuse me as much as it did.
I mean, they should be up.
Yes, they
The only
should.
time they shouldn't be is when it's a pants off dance off.
Yeah. Okay, should talk with the luckless sister first. Reconcile her with the forewoman. You could try at least, and perhaps the presumptuous heiress will be easier to persuade once she knows her sister has a better reason to stay. You begin by hinting at the fuliginous forewoman's secret motives, casting their entire situation in the frame of a romantic tragedy. The luckless sister attempts to look uninterested, but her eyes betray her. You tell her the truth, that the forewoman suffers from a singular fungal condition, that in order to tend to it, she will need to leave perdurance, that she ended their relationship in order to protect the luckless sister. I don't need protecting, the sister snaps. Indeed, but she can't stay with her lover and her sister, can she? Oh, you are clever for a brute. Very well. If you promise to take my sister away from here, I will convince her to go with you. Perhaps after this business with the fungus, I will see her again. You'd better bring the forewoman the good news.
What?
Why would she?
Gonna file that under what?
Is your butt haunted, Remy?
Remy of the haunted butt. And the ring of doom.
Okay, there we go. Okay, that's fine. The cleaner your escape, the better. The forewoman is a complication. You'll need to get her on side.
Oh, okay, good. That's fine. That's fine.
Yes.
In fact, I don't even know about complication. This is what I would do anyway.
Yes. Okay, but I have to visit her during the morning or afternoon. Okay, dance with the presumptuous heiress again. Oh, nope, nothing else to do there. I was going to inform her of...
She's not a complication. She's a vital cog in the plan. Jeez.
Uh-huh. Alright, well, assist the chaperones again. 4 gossip, 200 XP.
Delicious.
3 more invitations. Nearly got this ready. Alright. Does that just tell me I need to go below stairs? Yes.
Yes, it does. Okay. Cool.
Talk to the forewoman. Reconcile her with the luckless sister. You just want to see them happy. Well, and also to see the forewoman also stays quiet about your escape with the heiress. You enlarge upon the luckless sister's willingness to renew her relationship with the forewoman and to elope together if the need arises. She'd come with me? Even appreciating my condition? Damn and blast, that girl's got 3 times the courage she does since, and that's a fact, but I couldn't. You talk her round from wavering. After all, it's true love conquers all, not true love conquers everything but some mushrooms.
Lung shrooms.
Yeah, lung shrooms.
Hopefully not.
Not really.
These are Brits. They're super cavalier about these dangers for some reason. I'm a little curious that we don't like get an option to offer them a ride.
Yeah.
I mean, we have an engine. We have business in the reach.
Maybe later after the business with her sister is concluded.
You know, really, I mean, thinking about mushroom spores
Mm-hmm.
and that, I mean, I can see that being a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, fungal infections are a thing, and they're actually somewhat dangerous because they're... Fungal cells are too closely related to animal cells for most of our medicines to really work very well on them without hurting ourselves too. Viruses and bacteria are much easier to deal with getting nowhere near closely related.
Tell her all is ready. Yes, yes. Give me a sign in the evening and we'll meet in the passages between evening and the parlor.
Really?
Return to the dining room.
Time to curry some flavor.
Let's call it pork. Curry pork. Okay. All is ready. You give the clairvoyant doctress the faintest of nods. She clicks her bag shut with a determined snap. The evening takes an interminable time to end. You endure waltz after dragging waltz. Debutantes wheel endlessly across the dance floor. Then, it is over. The music and the dancing cease. The chaperones and debutantes form their procession, ready to pass on to the parlor at dawn, or perhaps dusk, and begin the day again. You catch the eye of the presumptive heiress, who gives you a nervous nod. The door opens. The dark passage beckons. The procession files in. No sooner have you passed through the door than you hear a clatter behind you. The doctress has made a show of dropping her bag in the dark and searching for it. The chaperones are distracted. Taking the presumptive heiress's hand, you pull her to the hidden door. You fumble at the catch. There's a trick to it, it seems. Hurry, your charge hisses. The catch turns, the door opens. You step through.
Through the doors tonight. Where are you, Morgoth?
You wait with the presumptive heiress in the passage behind the door of night. Her breathing is shallow and tense. You hear the procession move on, and then there is a tap at the hidden door. The doctress, who sees uncannily well in the dark, is there. You admit her. Right, she says professionally, scrutinizing your companion's features. Time to do my bit. What exactly is your bit? The presumptive heiress asks. Complete your escape with the presumptive heiress. Her once luckless sister may even now be making her own escape with the fuliginous forewoman, but perhaps that's not something the doctress needs to know. The doctress removes an unguent from her bag and begins rubbing it into the heiress's temples, along her hairline, behind the ears, and under the jaw. If you disappear, they will look for you, the doctress explains, indicating that the other woman is to lie on the floor. Therefore, I will be your replacement. Ideally, I'd give that stuff another minute to work, but I need to rejoin the procession before you're missed. Be still and be quiet. Sitting astride the heiress, she pushes her sharp fingernail into the skin of the girl's temple and slides it like a scalpel around her face with the sound like tearing paper. I can't feel it. Why can't I feel it? The heiress gasps. The doctress shushes her. When the incision is complete, the doctress reaches up and, with a tug, slides off her own face. Behind it is a solid knot of muscle, palpitating and inhuman. Like a magician whipping a tablecloth from beneath a set of crockery, she swaps her face and the heiress's. A few pinches and tucks, the application of ointment from another jar, and the process is complete. Done, says the doctress, as the presumptive heiress feels the unfamiliar shapes of her new face. You turn your back as they quickly trade clothes.
She took her face
off. Ask the doctress what she is. You are certain she is not, and has never been, human. In old London, your kind called mine snuffers. We were not friends. Few of us made the journey to heaven. Or perhaps many of us did. Who knows how many of us hide behind faces you thought were familiar. She grins and is surprised by the shape and feel of her new smile. Then it is time to part. She returns to the procession, and you lead the heiress on. The governess's hidden tunnels wind behind the grand chambers and beneath the hour looms. You pass cells and shelves of records. Sometimes you hear voices and hide until they pass. Eventually, you find your way to an exterior gantry from where you can see your engine in the sidings at the parlor. Using a stolen lamp, you flash a signal until your crew comes to collect you.
Wow, that became unsettling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've sprung the heiress.
Mm-hmm.
Guess we take her back to the. Yep.
Yep. I should probably make for Whirlberry now.
Take heiress. This whole thing about being resistance to be scared.
Okay. Ow! A little reckless in my departure.
Set your course carefully and don't aim me.
Mm-hmm. Monitor. Thank
Away,
you.
lizard. Cannot afford to even turn unnecessarily.
Now I can so
Might help if you zoom down
much,
a little bit.
and I will never deviate. I hear myself take a deep breath and think I must have wanted it this way. I remember all those little traps I could not keep them in place. Ammunitions. Munitions, not words. This is going to be so freaking close.
Still pretty close.
Every station, terrorized and maimed, and I'll never promise anything again. Never promise anything again. Never promise. Promise. Fuel, 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 fuel. Fuel!
Fuel! Yay!
Oh, thank you.
Needed that.
That
I can't believe the game actually relented.
it did. Oh, such a relief.
Calm down, Signal Man. That was gonna be dangerous, but now we're good. Woo!
I had some other business at Wilbury as well, right? Other people.
Yeah, we got two things.
Okay.
We got Princess and a package for the Austin.
Okay. Right.
Let's get ourselves a fancy thing. Oh, where's your other ticket?
Bizarre. How bizarre.
If only you'd had one of those to eat earlier.
Yeah.
Tastes weird.
Wilbury Juxta Market. Buy that much for now. And
Let's see anything about the princess down there, or does she need
probably need to actually go in.
Alright, wrong way. You can toss him some crockery or take some cash.
Let's
Bribe your way in, famo.
yeah. Do that for our first way in. Take the coat.
Nice.
Report, report. Locate maudlin poets for the Incognito Princess, a series of somberly clad people with scarves and aggressive rhyme schemes gather around a public house. This must be the meeting place of the celestial-inspired poets the Incognito Princess wishes to see. You squeeze in the back. There are rows of serious young folk before you. Poets take the stage to chart their woe at the working class's plight. Or at least that's what you presume from their gestures. They're inaudible over the chattering of the chattering classes. The Incognito Princess is pressed against the back wall. She ignores the rats who assemble to paw worshipfully at her feet. I would rather be closer, she states. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The pin is mightier than the sword, but your elbows are surely mightier than a poet's feeble body. Failure!
Sturdy poets.
You push, but you only manage to distress your garments. The princess's patience gives way and she whistles. Everyone in front of her falls to the ground. She walks over their bodies. You follow her to the front. You look up at a poet staring into the middle distance, describing the misery of the hour looms. Slowly, she becomes aware of the incognito princess, stutters, and changes tack, hailing her highness in celestial verse. Soon another poet steps on the stage, adding her own thoughts on how extraordinarily well the princess compares to the first day of spring. Then a third, then a fourth. The princess takes a break from the attention of the poets and turns to you. "I will meet you back on the locomotive," she says. "No, you're not going home just yet. Let's see what the princess is up to." You push back into the public house to see every poet in the room hailing the incognito princess, trying to find couplets to exactly chart the bounds of her perfection. "Not so blue now, my sad rhymers," she says, waving encouragingly at the poets. "You can find the words. If not English, perhaps words more celestial." After a brief moment, they find a language whose shapes sound ill-fitted for a human palate. They rush on joyously. One poet's tongue ignites, then another, then a third. Soon every poet has a mouthful of flame, and still they don't stop. In the middle of the conflagration stands the princess, beaming. This seems to be contagious. Best run. "Ugh, lost 1 heart, but gained a searing enigma, and 20 terror."
Yeah, I saw your terror absolutely leap.
That's not good.
Luckily, there's a lot of terror drops around here,
Yeah,
if you want them.
here is a path to the beach. Go
Of
dipping
course, you're
in
still
the
cultivating nightmares.
sea. Your terror has fallen. Leave swiftly.
Shame.
No, wait. Sirs, I am... Yes, I inspect for mirrors. So, let's bribe our way into the off-season. Oh, I don't have the care package. Right, I haven't been back to the place yet.
Oh, my bad.
Well, go for a walk along the beach. Visit the cult. Join the ritual. Back to the beach.
That was eventually going.
Yep. Okay. And now, respec for hearts. Re-enter. Pants. Leggings.
Trousers.
A path to the beach. Partake in the ritual. 94%. Your appetites have reduced the difficulty.
Oh no. Black bone. Yuck.
You're given a mouthful of something tensile reminiscent of sinew boiled to imperviousness, nothing worse than other things you have consumed. There is something inside this. You remove the lump and tear it apart with your fingers until at last you find a length of black bone. Otherworldly artifact. Let me ride that donkey. Donkey ride is good for quite a bit of terror.
Indeed, considering how it costs. You like Bohemia?
You are scruffy.
Get a bunch of weird stuff. Including tea! Tea
Mhm.
which takes browsing or something.
Leave swiftly. Okay. So, now that I have taken care of that, back to mirrors. And I have enough to get me back to London, so I will fill up on literature.
Where you need a couple of places.
I need quite a few at various places.
You need one Brabazon, tea for Brabazon, an eyeball back to Brabazon,
I need
hours and more tea in Brabazon.
literature to the sun. I need literature to the Avid Horizon. I need literature to the Trader's Forest.
Sea Stair
Trader's
wants, literature, tea, and supplies all as one.
Yeah.
I suppose we should talk to the princess and see where next she wants to go next.
I need too many books, too many books. I'll talk with her once I get to London. Just in case whatever talking with her gives me things. I don't suspect it will, but it's not impossible. Ah! No.
Oh,
Tintinabulation. That is a good word. I forget what it means, but I know I've heard it before.
looks like it stands for explosion of tentacles.
Or rather, I've heard the word tintinabulum before.
Questionably somewhere else, you monster. Sheesh. Just having butters. Yes, that's redundant.
Would you look up that word, please?
Butters?
Tintinabulation.
Losing Earth?
That's what I thought.
Oh, like tinnitus. Cocaine bear?
Yeah, you hadn't heard of that?
I probably intentionally forgot.
It's based on a true story.
That poor bear.
Yeah. No, bear.
Please don't start wild animals.
No, that's not what happened. It wasn't an intentional. Oh wow. Okay, yeah. I think it's about time to call it a night.
Yes, that's it. It's Astral.
Would you please open the desk? Thanks for watching, folks. I should be back on Saturday night, where we'll be continuing Chroma Squad, and back with more of this next Thursday. So, in the meantime, let's see who I should throw at you, or throw you to. There is no one on. No one I follow is on for me to throw
Yeah,
you
there
to.
had been, but we've been on so late they've all stopped.
So, good night, I guess. See you next time.
Good night.
Is it on right now? Oh. Well. Yeah. Well, okay. Why not? Throw you to one of my mom's favorite channels. Good night, folks.
Good night. Why does Mom do that?